Behave. Mrs. Jones busy? Too busy to get me a cup of tea. What the dickens? Tell her to get the cup of tea. Never mind being busy. Can't be anything important. Not more important than me getting adequate cups of tea. Ridiculous. What a notion. Teacher's not important anymore. Not important enough to give a little sustenance of a cup of tea to help his concentration in the classroom. Hey? Nurse getting into this institution. Ridiculous school. Where would you all be if I resigned? I feel most uncomfortable in this school now. Beginning to get on my nerves. I might have to leave you all. Emigrate. Go to deepest, darkest Africa. Search out Dr. Livingstone's grave. Always wanted to see it. Being a little child, I would have been fascinated with Livingstone. Haven't you? Well, yes, that's nicely. She might actually accede to my whatever the word is. I can't remember now. I'm losing my English comprehension. Losing my marble. Lost my marble. I used to have marbles, now it's just one marble left. Only one brain cell on active duty at the moment. But I'm doing rather well with it. I do more with my one brain cell than most people do with thousands of them. Because they don't utilise them. They don't use their brain whatsoever. Should be null and void area. I'll put your comments up. Sorry about that. It's like madness. I had to cover up the hand pans because some stuff are floating about and don't like music. They don't like people entertaining other people. Mr. David, if you don't mind, Dashuka. I'm not a sir. Not had a knighthood off the thing. Thing Charles the Third. Wouldn't go near the thing. No way. Don't like things like that. Lording it over me. Thinks he's better than Mr. David, does he? Hey? What utter egotism. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm a far, far better individual than he. Majesty, indeed. It's not very majestic in my book. Hello, Ed. Just drifting around. I'm drifting around the staff room and checking on that pipe-smoking Titterington from geography. Ridiculous merchant. Mr. Titterington, indeed. Hey? Teacher of geography? The children don't even know how to navigate the bloody playground. Don't know one end of the classroom from another. Where's my cup of tea, Elaine? I'm beginning to get very annoyed with you already, and I've only been here for 20 minutes. Not even 20. Yes, okay. Okay, the Joker. Yes. Yes, I've only been here for how many seconds? Past 18 minutes, was it? Well, you tell me exactly. Everything's got to be absolutely exact for you, isn't it? We can't approximate anything just to save time and confusion. It's ridiculous. Why can't we round things off to a good average of 20 minutes? It's almost 20 minutes after all. Who wants to split hairs with me today, hey? Can't you find her? Does that mean I'm not receiving my cup of tea yet? I expect it right now. Where's my cane? Dare you, child. Get down to that Mrs. Jones's door, knock on the door, and demand my cup of tea. Mr. David at room 3. And there's a little poem. Wrote it myself. Just this instant. What a great man I am. What a wonderful specimen of the universe. Busy? Can't have Mrs. Jones being busy when she's busy about making me a nice piping hot cup of tea. How dare you tell me to behave? There's nothing wrong with my behaviour. I'm just being forthright and to the point. I require 1 cup of tea immediately. No messing about. No hovering around, spinning it all into the saucer and dripping it onto the floor. None of that. Walking calmly and steadily across through the corridor, avoiding obstacles, weaving your way through the students carefully and concisely, and trotting up to room 3, knocking on the door politely and saying, "Please, Mr. David, here's your tea." Dear me, I'm getting angry. There'll be steam coming out of my ears soon. Hopping mad with it all. Absolutely hopping mad. Driving me bonkers. What have you written here? Grumpy old so dare. Happy's in again. That hapless Burke from Australia. That's more like it, Elaine. If you ask nicely. You don't ask, you don't get. If you don't ask nicely, there's no chance of you getting it. You can't say, "Oi, Mrs. Jones, Mr. David's cup of tea." Can you like that? It's very rude. Just be forthright and say, "Mrs. Jones, it's imperative that you make Mr. David a cup of tea this instant. Otherwise, there could be severe consequences in the very near future. Okay? Stop it! How dare you! In my classroom? Hey? I saw you. Get out! No, stop snivelling. Get out. And come back here with the punishment book and cane. Filter yourself down to the headmaster's office. Well, Jamie TV, Get off down there immediately. Don't you dare do that again. Filthy child. Hey, I saw it quite clearly with both of my eyes. Sorry. Mr. David made a slight mistake. I forgot. I mistook my ears for my eyes for a second. Just for a nanosecond, Mr. David made a slight error. I'm fallible. Yes, I make slightly silly mistakes every now and again. But it's not the end of the world, is it now? Ears, eyes, nostrils. Who cares? Totally irrelevant. Nothing to worry about, nothing to have kittens over. No. Let's all relax now. As soon as I've got my cup of tea, I will settle down. I promise you. I will come off the boil and relax. Sing? What do you want me to sing? God save our gracious thing? You must be joking. We don't do national anthems in our school. We do the school song. Isn't school so wonderful with Mr. David in charge of English, teaching us correctly? With no nonsense and no spitting and no scratching, snivelling, no Googling, no mobile phones on, no ridiculous devices, no bleeping watches, none of that nonsense, nothing at all, no chewing gum, no sticking it on teacher's chair. Yes? No messing around whatsoever. Totally attentive students, behaving at all times in a lovely, decorous manner. Okay? I beg your pardon. Who's that snivelling little child who said he's being a grumpy old sod as usual? I heard it, whispered under the breath, wasn't it? Come out here, whoever said that. Come straight out to the front. Admit your guilt. Well, let's have you. I'm waiting. I won't wait here forever. I'll storm out into the staff room and leave you here. Scratching and snivelling and spitting. And turning the whole classroom into a complete chaos. I'll leave you alone to your own devices, shall I? And the whole world will come crumbling down before long. Hey? It's ridiculous. No wonder the world's getting out of control. Such idiots in power. The pathetic governments. Disgusting dictates that they make for it all. Yeah, treating us all like idiots, complete fools. I'm creating value here. I'm creating students with intelligence and insight into the human condition and the condition and the state of the world. It's absolutely disgusting. I'm beside myself with anger. Such a sickening situation we're in. So if you want me to leave, I shall go. I shall go quietly. I shall say bye-bye, students. Good luck to you. The best of British luck. And see how far you get without teacher's instruction. Eh? We shall see. No, there's no pantomime today. It's not a pantomime, dear. We're not having Beauty and the Beast today. Certainly not. What do you think it is? Bloody Christmas? And then in the pets, what pet have you bought there? What the hell is that bloody hamster doing in your desk? Take it out immediately. I saw it. I saw its little nose popping up as you lifted the lid to get out your textbook. Yes, mind you don't crush the poor little blighter as you close the lid. Be careful. Bring that critter out here to the front so that the whole class can see what a hamster looks like. Identify the hamster and make sure no other hamsters ever enter the vicinity of class 3 ever again. Okay? And then we'll take it down to Clarkson and the biology lab, in the biology department. Let him look after it. He's got cages in there with white mice in. God knows what he's doing with them. Hope it's humane, but he better look after it. Feed it and water it until NN and Pets can take it home tonight and never bring it back again to school. Hamsters are not allowed. Hamsters don't speak English yet. Mind you, if the hamster turned up every day, it'd probably be better than you lot at speaking English within a week. He'd probably be running the country in 3 weeks. He's gone. It's too much for him. Goodbye. Good bloody riddance. Oh dear, I need to relax now, actually. Slipping back into normal mode. I've been on for half an hour. We've done half an hour of total me shouting all the time. It's incredible stuff. Yes, you've got the ashes. But what have we got that you'll never be able to get? Well, come back with your witty riposte. Settle down. Just remember that the revolution started in room 3, class 3. If anyone ever tells you what was the catalyst, let them know it was class 3. The beautiful students in class 3 that demanded Mr. David taught them correctly. And gave them my full instruction not to mess about. And behave. That's the rest of the world should do, especially the World Economic Forum. All them bloody Burks. Happy will tell you all about that. If you go over to his channel, ask him nicely. I'm trying to get everyone to pay attention in the world. We're not concerned with singing to the choir. No, we're branching out. We're speaking to good, hard-working people from the Philippines and anywhere else in the world that gets interested in Class 3 and wants to join the class. Doesn't matter what nationality they are. They're welcome. Everyone's welcome here with an open mind. Bringing the world together. We've got plenty of plonkers, mate, don't you worry. Host. I'm not host. Good evening, host. My name isn't Host, Mr. Host. No, it's Mr. David. Thank you. Get it right. Or never darken my classroom again. Susanna. Behave. Host indeed. Father, Son, and the Holy Host. Don't be ridiculous. It's Mr. David, of course. Don't you recognise me? You come in disguise or something? I should think so too. Stop it. Mr. Davy? Who the hell's Mr. Davy? Eh? Gina Linton? Eh? Who's Mr. Davy? Who is that man, Gina Linton? I've never heard of him, Mr. Davy, indeed. Hey? Morning to Happy Joy Joy. She's not even said good morning to Teacher yet. How many do you mean now? Write out 50,000 times. I will get my priorities right and always kindly say good morning to Mr. David politely before saying good morning to anybody else, unless it's a headmaster, okay? Thank you. Yes, I do deserve a hello with a modicum of respect, deference. That's better. Now let's continue in this frame of mind, Happy. Then you won't be such a hapless Burke in future. Just listen to my heartfelt instructions and my excellent teaching. You've got alien blood in you, you know. It's got a funny colour. I'm just allowing your colours in now. I don't care what colour anyone is. I don't care if you're sky blue, pink, green, turquoise, blue, orange, vermilion, burnt orange, coffee coloured, milkshake coloured even. As long as it's not totally white, totally black, people are not allowed in here. There's no such thing as a white person or a black person, as I've stated before so many times. Ridiculous behaviour. As I'll illustrate with my my white tissue, my brand new white tissue with no snot on it. Teacher doesn't have snot. No, he just has a little bit of condensation up his nose occasionally. Nothing green ever passes through my nostrils. Nothing green whatsoever about me. I'm not naive enough to be green as that. Ridiculous. Look, am I a white man? Am I sufficiently white to consider calling myself a white person on a form? I got a government form. It said to me, what ethnic background are you? They asked me whether I was white. I wrote, no, I'm not. I'm pink, slightly pink. If you don't mind, thank you so much. And they wouldn't allow me to write it. I had to tick the box white. They said I was being incorrect. I said the bloody form's incorrect and stomped out of the building. Thank you very much. That's why I've not got a passport. That's why you've got to smuggle me out to the Philippines. I don't want to fly, no. Thank you for the offer of the plane ticket, Dashoka. Very kind of you. But I have to decline. I don't like flying. Don't like anything that flies except birds, wasps, bees, insects, stuff like that. Bats. They're okay. Okay? Moths, butterflies. They're flying things. Drones. Well, you can do your drone if you want to, if you insist on it. Ridiculous filming from the air. Nobody can see anything. All you can see is tiny little buildings and tiny little insects walking around and tiny little cars driving around. Ridiculous behaviour. But to get a proper overview of society from millions of miles up in the drone, what a preponderance of ridiculous technology we've got in this world. Absolutely ridiculous. Thank you. Sorry, Happy. Sorry, I had to just. Wasn't me, it was teacher. I'm really kind person called David who loves you all dearly. But when teacher takes over, there could be troubles. I haven't done my lisping voice yet, but we're going to get a special new teacher in. He's got a bit of a lisp, but he's a nice gentleman. But there could be trouble. Turquoise goats. Out in the yard with those goats. Lovely. That's better. What we're going to do here, Eds? You're singing on Saturday, I hope. Yeah? Or Sunday. If you're not at church all the time, come and do some singing on my channel. It'll be wonderful. That really cheered me up, that did. Yeah, dear, yellow. Thank you, Eric. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Be back later then. Okay. See you later. Alligator. Get on with your chores. Get on with it right now. Don't hesitate. Just get on with it. Don't have chores hesitancy, do we? Just get on with the chores. Don't need any hesitancy. Stop being so hesitant to get out of the door, get out of the classroom. Off you go. Get on with your chores. And have a wonderful time. I'm only letting you go because you've got chores. Chores have to be done. Can't avoid doing work. Not here to slob about and laze about all our lives. Ridiculous. How would anything get done? Everyone just lazed about in the sunshine, never turning a hair to anything or a hand, never giving anyone any assistance, just totally selfishly lying in the sunshine. Not giving a hoot about anyone else. Not vaguely concerned with their fellow man or woman, indeed. Bye for now, Happy. Hope you come back later on with a device and get on the channel, get on the screen, so everyone can see your beautiful features. Yes, we love you, Burke. Get it right. Behave. Get the chores done as quickly and efficiently as possible without rushing too much and messing everything up. Because if there's more haste, more speed, what's this quote? I've forgotten it now. I'm racking my brains. More haste, less speed. In other words, if you're too hasty with things, you don't speedily, efficiently do them. You have to do them methodically, in a considered manner, steadily, but get on with the job. Then it'll be done. Thank you. Get out. I think you'd be doubling your load with that, mate. No, it depends. If you've got a nice wife, fair enough. I wish you all the greatest success in finding such a creature. I've been looking for one for quite some considerable time. I'd like to think of Mr. David being lonely in the evenings, wanting a cuddle. Nobody there. Huh? Ridiculous, isn't it? No affection from Mr. David from a wifely person. Absolutely no hugs and kisses. It's not fair. Grossly unfair. Oh boy. See you later, Happy. Good man. Oh. I need a rest after all this, Lord. Right? I think I've excelled myself so far. So you can talk amongst yourselves now in Tagalog. Or English, indeed. Practice writing out 1,000 times. We will always behave because teacher told us to. Because we believe if we can behave, it will make a better world. And if the world behaves, it will be good. Okay. So in a few moments, I need a rest. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, what's that one? Oh, no. Oh, boy, what am I doing? No. There is a house in New Orleans. They call the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy and gone. Oh, I've forgotten it. Forgotten the chord. Sorry about that. Oh, that's all right. No, never mind. Right, class. Have you done that? Oh, there. Where's my cup of tea? Ridiculous. Lack of service. It's ridiculous. We're going to go off the air if we're not careful because I've not plugged the bloody phone in. 2%. 2%. That's all I've got. I'm cracking myself up. Oh, nice. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Oh, dear. I'll try and put all your comments in. Hang on. Oh, dear. Oh, what's happened? What's happened here? I don't know what's going on. I've lost all your comments. Oh, right, here we go. Oh, here it's. Gina Lynn, Eds, Melody. Oh, thank you. Quite a good stream, this. Melody, if you didn't hear the beginning, it's a lot of fun. Wasn't it fun, class? Didn't we have such a wonderful time receiving teachers' instructions? Beautifully presented in the most efficient manner possible in this world. Doing a special premiere in about 3 months' time. The hair reveal. Once my hat is about this high, on my head. I'll do the hair reveal. It'll flop over my eyes. Yes. The teacher will be able to do different hairstyles and get rid of this ridiculous cap. I only wear it to keep the light out of my eyes. The ridiculously high-powered bulbs in the classroom was ridiculous behaviour by the electrician. How dare he install such horrible lighting? Horrible stuff. Even the plants on the windowsill don't like it. They're shrivelling up, but I'll keep them there. We're watering them every morning. Miss Elaine's been watering them with the watering can, the little watering can, very nicely every morning. She's little, not too much, not too little, just right. And the poor plants are shrivelling away because they don't like the frequency of the light. There's not enough sunshine getting through because of all the crap in the sky. We've seen it out there. Look at the day. Look at those ridiculous lines in the sky. What are they doing up there? Teachers very annoyed with this issue. Extremely preposterous goings on in the sky. Ridiculous planes going up and down, leaving those lines in the sky that hang about for ages. What are they? Are they trying to poison out my students? Eh? Spraying us like bugs. What the dickens is going on? What's the world descending into? Absolute tyranny, I would have thought. Disgusting behaviour. Poor little children. They're getting sprayed with God knows what. It's all filtering up my little students' nostrils. It's not nice. Thank you. Please desist and abstain from faffing about in the sky with aeroplane paraphernalia. Thank you. Get out of the sky. Stop it. Behave. Poisoning your own families and friends as well. Ridiculous Burke. Hapless idiots. I told him, didn't it? Oh, you at work? Auditing. Yeah. You work for a private company, don't you, Ed? Yeah. Don't work too hard. I've not had any water for ages. I'm getting dehydrated. I'll be shrivelling up soon, like the poor plants in the on the windowsill there. How's your English, students? Is it improving? It's got to be improving. Cannot not improve with my instructions and teaching, my excellent spelling, diction. Absolutely spot on my teaching. Dare anyone to say different? Dare you undermine my authority? I'm very authoritative on the English language. Absolute past master at English. I know the full lexicon, I know the dictionary back to front. I know what transubstantiation means. Oh yes, I've had the Eucharist. Not a problem. And relax. I need to calm down. I'm going to burst a blood vessel. It's incredible when you can sort out all the world's problems from one's mental cage, you know. It takes an insane person to tell the world what sanity is, doesn't it, apparently? Because all the people in the mental institutions are the same ones. They lock us all up. It's not fair. They let all the idiots roam free. Ouch, broke myself in the eye. Ouch. Broke myself in the eye. I was doing that. I was getting annoyed with my glasses because there's ridiculous refractions of light under my eyes and it looks stupid. That's better. See what I mean? If we do that, it looks horrible. I look horrid. I'm not horrid. No, I'm not horrid. I'm just authoritative. So that you become better than possibly you could have been had you not paid attention to my adequate instruction. My instructions for your benefit. I know I get paid, but I get a pittance. I'm not paid much. I do it for the love of my students. I can hardly pay the mortgage. Hey? Ridiculous. It's a vocation with me. It's my life's work. Bringing up healthy members of society. So I get to heaven. Yes. So I get to paradise. If there's a paradise indeed, I'm not sure if there is or not. But I'm going there. Yes. If there is one. That's assured my life's work is doing good. Why should I not be allowed? Demand to be let into heaven, paradise. So Peter, behave and let me in. Stop denying my access to the heavenly, through the pearly gates. Stop it. Don't lean against the gates like that. You look like a slob. Yes, I know you've got wings. But you're not as good as me. You want a teacher, not like me. You didn't give adequate instruction. I give thorough instruction. In the most forthright manner, no messing about, no beating about the bush, no pettifogging, none of that nonsense. There's a good word for you, class. Pettifogging. Have a look at that. Look that up in the dictionary. Pettifogging. What does it mean, teacher? Well, you'll have to bloody well look it up, won't you? Take action for your life. If I do everything for you and answer questions immediately, you're never going to actually get into the habit of looking into the dictionary to discover the wonders of the English language. The full lexicon could be yours if you only access the dictionary. There's a whole pile of them in the corner there. Very few of you have got a dictionary on your desk. Elaine's got her dictionary open because she's an attentive student. She never turns blue, green, Orange? Purple? None of that. No. She doesn't have a fuchsia tongue hanging out behind teacher's back neither. Stop it, Dashuka. Jenilyn Tan's another nice person. She doesn't change into ridiculous colours at all. See, look, hand pink waving. Beautiful. Lovely to see you, Jenilyn Tan. I should bloody well hope so, Norge. Of course you're still here because it's class time. I haven't told you to go out and play yet. Stop it. Don't look at me like that. Don't get scared of teacher. Just listen to the instruction. Nothing to worry about. Just get on with your work in a perfectly nice manner. Then I won't have to shout all the time. Stop it, teacher. How many marks out of 10 have I got for this ridiculous performance, you think? Clock. What does clock mean? That's a good word. I like that. You might not believe this, but it's actually true. There's a place in Scotland, in England, that has palm trees growing on it. Palm trees, actual proper plant palm trees in Scotland, right in the north of Scotland. And it's a place called Plockton. Plockton. It has palm trees on it. Honestly, I'm not telling tale. I'm not pretending. It's actually true. It's called Plockton. I wonder if there's a word in Tagalog that says plock. That yeah, I wonder if that's a word in Tagalog, or is that a slang word or a proper word in Tagalog? And anyway, you haven't taught me many new words of Tagalog yet. You could tell me to behave and tell me to go and write Kamusta Car 2,000 times on the blackboard if you like. Give me adequate instruction. Set me some homework. I'll get on with it diligently because I want to learn Tagalog. It's a quid pro quo, isn't it? You teach me and I teach you. Each one teach one. Got a good idea? Come and share it. Don't keep all your good ideas to yourself. It's ridiculous. How people can they walk around with good ideas if nobody's sharing the good ideas and the things that work and the best things in life? Best ways to behave. This one's empty. Got another one, look. All prepared. Be prepared as well. Yes. Oh, right. Let's see. Plop. Yes, you're right. Very good. I might have to visit the lavatory very shortly. Anyone want a bit of hand pans to relax? I wonder if Melody's still around. She's probably listening at home, I don't know. I wonder if Melody'd like to come up and talk to us. She's a beautiful person. All right, class. I want you to all write down, we want Melody, please, to get on screen and have a talk with Mr. David. We want to hear Melody's instructions. Please, dear Melody, come on screen because we all love you. Yes. Come on, Melody, be nice. A little talk. I need something to freshen my mouth. I think I'm going to brush my teeth and have to go to the toilet. And then I'll come back and play some hand pans. Okay? Right, I'm going to do that now. I need to brush my teeth. I've got the furry tongue and stuff, you know. Well, you don't need to know about that, do you? I'll be within a few minutes. Well, class, yes, I've taken my hat off. Stifling in here. Rather hot. Ridiculous heating, people. The engineering department hasn't heard of a thermostat. Got my windows wide open, the breeze coming in. Quite a cold breeze. But it's still boiling hot in here. What's going on? What on earth is happening? Simple little matter of a bimetal strip, which is what a thermostat is. As the two metals expand, they make a contact. It switches the heating off and on. That's what a thermostat is. I need thermostatic control myself. Could just turn my heating down. Couldn't I? That'd be rather nice. It'd stop the steam coming out of my ear holes. Sorry. Oh. The light's too heavy in here. The light's horrible. So I have to put the hat on. But we're going to do the hair reveal when I've got plenty of hair. It can shade my eyes as well. And keep me warm in the winter. Hi, Nodge. Eds. I've been in the bathroom. I've been coughing rather a lot. I've still got my chest infection, which is slowly going, hopefully. I've got antibiotics from the doctors for it, you see. Stop eating with the blue face. I might do some hand pans in a few minutes. I just need to relax a bit more. I've still got a cough. Lucky I've got my handy spittoon here. Nice and clean spittoon. No filthy spittoons allowed in the... Excuse me, I'll turn the mic off while I cough. Horrible noise it makes. You want to read any poetry or anything? That's good for your English. Let me know if you want me to read or play handpans, guitar, whatever. Let me know what you want me to do. I might do it, and then again I might not. I'm in a grumpy mood. If you put me in a bad mood again. Oh dear, this music's getting on my nerves. Yeah, this music in the background is what I did with my music therapist, which I had when I was in the other hospital. Or one of the others. I've been in 5 different hospitals, and this lady's from, I think she's from Hong Kong or China. I think it was Hong Kong actually, which is now part of China again. We did this in 2017, all those years ago, and she recorded it on her digital recorder and then sent me 3 CDs. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't give her full credit because she's a good pianist. She doesn't always get, it doesn't always work, but it's only a jam session, it's only practice. So it's not perfect. Neither am I. Thank you. I don't want to be perfect ever. Except for teaching, of course. To be perfectly teaching in a perfect manner. My beautiful teaching. Is it inspiring to you? It's an inspiration, aren't I, students? Thank you. Yeah, she's called June, the pianist. I don't know her second name though. I wish we could contact her and thank her for the CDs. Because she gave me those after she sent them to me. I suddenly received them in the post. Didn't expect them. She said when we recorded them, she said, "Oh, don't worry, I'll send you some CDs." And she was as good as her word, because she did. Although she'd left and had to other commitments, she sent me 3 CDs in a lovely box with all the instructions on it and all the credits on it. But she didn't put her name on it, only my name. She wrote David's music, Mr. David's music. That's all she wrote. And the date and the time and how long the tracks were. I'll show you. I'll show you her instructions that she wrote. Yeah. There you go. Nice, isn't it? Okay, I'll stop. Okay. Oh dear. Someone's had a moan and banged on the door, so we can't play anymore. I was enjoying that. You see them marks on my hands? That's an operation I had on them. See them lines going up there? That's why I struggle to play guitar a bit. Right, I shall read some poetry, and if nobody's listening, I don't care. Reading this because it's good for you and good for me. Reading from Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. A little tale called The Clerk's Tale. Okay. The Clerk's Prologue. You, sir, from Oxford, said the host. God's life, as coy and quiet as a virgin wife newly espoused and sitting mum at table. You haven't said a word since we left stable. Studying, I suppose, on wisdom's wing. Says Solomon, there's a time for everything. For goodness sake, cheer up, show animation. This is no time for abstruse meditation. Tell us a lively tale in heaven's name, for when a man has entered on a game, he's bound to keep the rules. It's by consent. But don't you preach as friars do in Lent, dragging up our sins to make us weep, nor tell a tale to send us all to sleep. Let it be brisk adventure, stuff that nourishes, and not too much of your rhetorical flourishes. Keep the high style until occasion brings a use for it, like when they write to kings. And for the present, put things plainly, pray, so that we can follow everything you say. All you have to say, rather. I'll read that again, because I made a little mistake again. Teacher made a mistake, ever so slight. I'm going to start again, because I'm annoyed with myself for making a mistake, however slight it was. It's not fair on Mr. Geoffrey Chaucer. He wasn't even a sir. He was Geoffrey Chaucer, great English poet, one of my favourites, very favourites. Far better than Shakespeare's rubbish compared to this chappie, Geoffrey Chaucer. Wonderful. Right. You, sir, from Oxford, said the host. God's life, as coy and quiet as a virgin wife, newly espoused and sitting mum at table. You haven't said a word since we left stable, studying, I suppose, on wisdom's wing. Say, Solomon, there's a time for everything. For goodness sake, cheer up, show animation. This is no time for abstruse meditation. Tell us a lively tale in heaven's name. For when a man has entered on a game, he's bound to keep the rules. It's by consent. But don't you preach as friars do in Lent, dragging up all our sins to make us weep, nor tell a tale to send us all to sleep. Let it be brisk adventure, stuff that nourishes, and not too much of your rhetorical flourishes. Keep the high style until occasion brings a use for it, like when they write to kings. And as for the present, put things plainly, pray, so that we can follow all you have to say. This worthy cleric left the land of Nod and said benignly, Sir, I kiss the rod. Our company is under your control, and I am all obedience, heart and soul. That is, as far as reason will allow. I heard the story I shall tell you now in Padua, from a learned man now dead, of proven worth in all he did and said. Yes, he is dead and nailed up in his chest, and I pray God his spirit may have rest. Francis Petrarch, the poet laureate, they called him, whose sweet rhetoric of late illumined Italy with poesy, as Linnaean did with his philosophy and law, and other special kinds of learning. Death that allows no lingering or returning in, as it were, the twinkling of an eye, has slain them both, and we must also die. But to return to this distinguished man, from whom I learnt the tale as I began, let me say first he starts it by editing a preface in the highest style of writing, ere coming to the body of his tale, describing Piedmont, the Saluzzo Vale, and the high Apennines that one may see bounding the lands of western Lombardy. And he is most particular to tell of Monte Viso, where from a little well the river Po springs from its tiny source. Eastward it runs, increasing on its course towards the Armelian Way. Ferrara past it reaches Venice and the sea at last, which is not only far too long to tell, but I think irrelevant as well, except to set the tale and engineer it a framework. This is it, if you will hear it. The Clerk's Tale. Upon the western shores of Italy, where Monte Viso lifts into the cold, there lies a plain of rich fertility, with many a town and tower to behold, built by their forefathers in days of old. Just got to put the power in. Forgot to put the power in. Sorry about this little intermission of me fiddling about with the power supply. Right. I'll go back to the beginning. Part 1. Upon the western shores of Italy, where Monte Viso lifts into the cold, there lies a plain of rich fertility, with many a town and tower to behold, built by their forefathers in days of old, and other lovely things other lovely things to see in legion. Saluzzo it is called, this splendid region. There was a marquis once who ruled that land,
as had his ancestors in days gone by. His vassals were obedient, and at his hand ready to serve the lowly and the high. Honoured and dreaded under fortune's eye, he long had lived, and found the living pleasant, beloved alike by nobleman and peasant. He was, moreover, speaking of descent, the noblest born of all in Lombardy, handsome and young and strong. In him were blent high honour and a gentle courtesy. He was discreet in his authority, although in some things he was indeed to blame, as you shall hear, and Walter was his name. I blame his failure in consideration of what the distant future might provide. He always fed his present inclination, hawking and hunting around the countryside. As to more serious cares, he let them slide, and worst of all, whatever might miscarry, he could not be prevailed upon to marry. This was the only point that really stung them. And so one day a deputation went to wait on him, the wisest man among them, or else the least unwilling to consent to give the Marquis their admonishment. The ablest there to touch on such a head boldly addressed the Marquis thus, and said, "My noble lord, your great humanity gives us assurance. We are therefore bold to speak to you on any point of urgency or heavy care of which you should be told. Then, sir, let not your clemency withhold a hearing to our pitiful petition. Do not disdain my voice or our position. Though what I ask concerns me no more nearly than any of your subjects in this place, yet forasmuch as you have loved me dearly, and ever shown the favours of your grace, I dare the better beg in such a case for gentle audience. Here is our request, and you, my lord, must do as you think best. We love you well, sir, are indeed rejoiced in all you do or ever did, and we scarce can imagine thoughts that could be voiced to lap us round in more felicity, save one thing only, would that it might be. Did you but choose, my lord, to take a wife, what a sovereign comfort to your country's life! Oh, bow your neck under that blessed yoke. It is a kingdom, not a slavery. Espousal wedlock it is called. Invoke your wisdom, ponder carefully, and see how variously days pass, the seasons flee away in sleeping, waking, roaming, riding. Time passes on, and there is no abiding. Still in the flower of youth, Still in the flower of your youth's delights, age creeps upon you, silent as a stone. Death menaces all ages, and he smites the high and low, the known and the unknown. We see for certain, are obliged to own that we must die, but we are ignorant all of when the hours to come, the blow to fall. Incline to our petition for protection. Hear us that never crossed your least behest, and we, with your consent, will make election immediately and choose a wife possessed of gentlest quality and birth, the best in all the land, beseeming to her place, and honour both to God and to your grace. Deliver us from anxious fears, and rid our hearts of care for blessed Jesu's sake, for it so befell which God forbid. For if it so befell, which God forbid, your line should end, then might not fortune rake some strange successor in to come and take your heritage? Should we not all miscarry? Therefore we beg you speedily to marry. So they're asking him, would he consider being married? Because they're worried that when he dies, he'll have no successor, and there'll be no good Marquis, and there might be an evil one coming. Their humble prayer and their imploring features made such impression on his clemency, and he replied, "My people, fellow creatures, married's a thing I never thought to be. I go rejoicing in my liberty, and that and marriage seldom go together. Where I was free, am I to take the tether? Yet since your offer is sincerely meant, and since I trust you now as in the past, I freely will admit myself content to humour you and take a wife at last. But as for the suggestion that you should cast about to find me a bride, I must remit that duty. Kindly say no more of it. God knows it's true that children in the main are much unlike their elders gone before. Natural goodness comes of God, no strain of blood can give it, no, nor ancestor. I trust in God's good bounty, say no more. My marriage, my condition, rank and ease, I lay on him, do he as he may please. Leave me alone to choose myself a wife, that is my burden, my prerogative. But I command you, charge you on your life, that whomsoever I choose, you are to give all honour to her, long as she may live in word and deed, here and elsewhere, no less than to an emperor's daughter or princess. And over this you furthermore shall swear never to grumble, never to check or strive against my choice. If I am to impair my personal liberty that you may thrive, where I have set my heart I mean to wive. If you withhold consent as to this latter, I beg you'll speak no more upon the matter. With heart's goodwill they gave him their assent to this demand. Not one that made objection, but begged a princely favour ere they went, that he would name a day for the election of his espoused, and quickly for a section among his folk were yet uneasy, dreading the Marquis had no real thought of wedding. He granted them a day of their own choosing, when he would wed in sober certainty. He said he did so not to seem refusing their reasonable request, and reverently, in grave obedience, then they bent the knee, thanking him one and all, and were content, having achieved their aim, and home they went. And thereupon he bade his ministers to make such preparations as were fit against a feast, giving his officers and squires such orders as he pleased for it. And they obliged him, setting all their wit with diligence, the greatest and the least, to make a provision for a solemn feast. That's the end of part one. We'll do part two perhaps later on or tomorrow. Okay? Because it's quite thirsty work and I'm nearly out of water. So I'd never make it through part two without, going a bit dry. So it'd probably mess up. Did anyone enjoy that? Hi, Sidels. Hello, love. Thanks for what you did for me, Sidels. Very kind. I noticed a lot of them were unsubscribed. There were loads, and then there's a load of them unsubscribed, about 80 of them unsubscribed. So it's weird, I don't quite understand how that works. Anyway, I'm not bothered. Good riddance to bad rubbish. If they've unsubscribed, they're the ones missing out. Idiots all. Absolute total idiots. Thank you anyway. How does you get heads and then pets? Eric, Gentleman Tan, you're still there? Hope so. My beautiful attendant students. attending to my every instruction. Indeed. Should bloody well hope so too. I've got to get some water. I'll be back in a little while. Oh, not him again. You'll have to entertain them, Happy, because I'm going downstairs to get some water, and I might even make myself a cup of tea, which Elaine did not bring to me. Mrs. Jones was busy, apparently. How dare she be busy? When Mr. David from room 3 requires a piping hot cup of tea. See you in a bit. Some more reading now. Some more reading. Perhaps not. Should you been waffling on about? It's sensible stuff. So all please listen to the live stream again at home because excellent instructions in the poetry. If nothing else. It's pissing it down outside. It's really raining hard. Not a fair bit. That's the down to the Right, what are we going to do now? No idea. I feel like breaking wind. Extraordinary. Teacher has a hole in his bum. Dear, what are we going to do about that indeed? What a thought. People having holes in the bottom? What a notion. Ridiculous idea. Who never thought of it? Even the Prime Minister has a hole in his bottom. Listen to his speeches. It's all coming from down below. His lips are moving, but the sound's coming from the rear end. Obviously. So apparent to me. Some people don't notice these things. Not very observant. He's miming to the sound of his own backside. Ridiculous. People are listening to his backside. Incredible stuff. Audio distorted, thanks, Happy. Right, I'm coming out. Right, I'll pop back in a moment or two. See you in a minute. What's the sound like now? Is it any better? Is that any better, the sound? Can you hear teacher adequately now? Correct clarity? Beautiful stereo sound. Stereo. Much better, good. Thank you, Happy, for the feedback. At least you're paying attention to my every word. Instructions. They're busy working. Everyone in the Philippines is busy working. They're only watching little bits of this every now and again. I'm sure they all watch it at home afterwards. They're bound to. They can't get enough of the beautiful shows that I put on. Wonderful, wonderful stuff, isn't it? Anyway, I was talking about arseholes, wasn't I? The Prime Minister having an arsehole, indeed, and miming. What was that French guy who used to Marceau? Yes, our Prime Minister outdoes Marceau, doesn't he? With his mime. His lips are moving, but all the sound's coming from his rear end. Beautiful, hard-working people. Yeah. Let's have a bit more poetry. We'll try part 2. We've done part 1. We've done the prologue. We've done part 1. Part 2. Not far from where the noble palace stood in which this Marquis set about his wedding, there was a pretty village near a wood, where the poor folk, each in his little steading, tended their animals with food and bedding, and took what sustenance they could from toil, according to the bounty of the soil. Among these poorer folk there dwelt a man who was esteemed the poorest of them all. Yet there are times when God in heaven can send grace into a little ox's stall. Janicula, the village used to call this poor old man. His daughter was a pearl. Griselda was the name of this young girl. But in the virtuous beauty of her heart, she was among the loveliest man could ask, for being poorly bred, no sensual part had learnt to use her beauty as a mask. More often from the well than from the cask she drank, and loving virtue sought to please by honest labour, not by idle ease. And though as yet a girl of tender age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was a ripeness serious and sage. With fostering love and reverent constancy, her poor old father in his poverty she tended, spun her wheel and watched his sheep at pasture, never idle save to sleep. When she came homeward, she would often bring roots, herbs, and other grasses to the croft. These she would shred and seethe for flavouring, then make her bed that was in nothing soft. And thus she kept her father's heart aloft with all the obedience, all the diligence by which a child can show her reverence. I'm going to have a break there. I need to brush my teeth again. I've got a horrible taste in my mouth. It's from coughing all that crap out of my lungs. I went outside in the rain and had a bit of a coughing session. It was pretty horrible. I was coughing and spitting onto the dirt at the side There's no plants growing on it. Guy with the strimmer came down and mowed all the wildflowers away. Does it every year. It's a pain in the ass. Bloody strimmers. Just mow down everything, kill nature off. That's the idea, isn't it? If it looks like a little weed, they call them weeds, they're not. What's the difference between a flower and a weed? Does anyone know the difference between a flower and a weed? Well, class, can you think of a difference between a flower and a weed? What is the difference? Why, it's a level of perception, of course. Right, won't be a minute, I'm just going to brush my teeth. What's it else? A general in town. Hi everyone. Right, I'm going to start part 2 again because I had to stop. Wait a minute. Get rid of that. Part 2. Not far from where the noble palace stood, in which this marquis set about his wedding, there was a pretty village near a wood, where the poor folk, each in his little steading, tended their animals with food and bedding, and took what sustenance they could from toil, according to the bounty of the soil. Among these poorer folk there dwelt a man who was esteemed the poorest of them all. Yet there are times when God in heaven can send grace into a little ox's stall. Janicula, the village used to call this poor old man. His daughter was a pearl. Griselda was the name of this young girl. But in the virtuous beauty of her heart, she was among the loveliest man could ask. For being poorly bred, no central part had learnt to use her beauty as a mask. More often from the well than from the cask she drank, and loving virtue sought to please by honest labour, not by idle ease. And though as yet a girl of tender age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was a ripeness serious and sage. With fostering love and reverent constancy, her poor old father in his poverty she tended, spun her wheel and watched his sheep at pasture, never idle save asleep. When she came homeward, she would often bring roots, herbs, and other grasses to the croft. These she would shred and seethe for flavouring, then make her bed that was in nothing soft. And thus she kept her father's heart aloft with all the obedience, all the diligence by which a child can show her reverence. Griselda, though among his poorest creatures, Walter had often seen, for riding by, hunting perhaps, at something in her features caught his regard. Not that he sought to try the frivolous glance of wantonness. His eye fell on her with a serious awareness, and he would often ponder on her fairness. Her womanliness was what his heart commended, her goodness too, for passing the condition of one so young, was beautifully blended in looks and deeds. A vulgar intuition lacks insight into virtue. His position taught him to recognize it and decide. Were he to marry, she should. I've messed this up a bit. I might go back a bit here. So the Marquis, called Walter, has seen Griselda, and he likes her. He likes what he sees. And he doesn't look upon her with a lustful eye. He's looking for her womanliness and her beauty. Yeah? So he just doesn't want to just use her and discard her. He wants to love her. He's called Walter the Marquis, just to remind you. Griselda, though among his poorest creatures, Walter had wait a minute. I have to scan this a bit before I read it. Griselda, though among his poorest creatures, Walter had often seen, for riding by, hunting perhaps, a something in her features caught his regard. Not that he sought to try the frivolous glance of wantonness. His eye fell on her with a serious awareness, and he would often ponder on her fairness. Her womanliness was what his heart commended. Her goodness too, for passing the condition of one so young, was beautifully blended in looks and deeds. A vulgar intuition lacks insight into virtue. His position taught him to recognize it and decide, were he to marry, she should be his bride. The day appointed for his wedding came, but no one knew what woman it should be. In wonder at which his people would exclaim, talking among themselves in privacy, when will the Marquis quit his vanity and take a wife? Alas, to see him thus! Why does he try to fool himself and us? Nevertheless, the Marquis bade prepare brooches and rings all for Griselda, lit with jewels, gold and lapis. He took care her wedding garments should be made to fit, but by another girl they measured it, who was of equal stature. Gems were sewn on it to grace a wedding like his own. And as the morning opened on the day appointed when the wedding was to be, they decked the palace out in full array, the hall, the chambers, each in its degree, the storerooms bulging with a quantity of delicate viands, held in plenteous strength Italy's best from all its breadth and length. The royal Marquis, in his richest dress, with lords and ladies in a company, invited to the banquet, and no less his household officers and soldiery, rode off with many a sound of minstrelsy towards the little thorp I spoke about by the shortest road in sumptuous rout. How could the innocent Griselda tell that all this pomp? Sorry. How could the innocent How could the innocent Griselda tell that all this pomp was levelled at her head? She had gone off for water to the well, and having drawn it, home she quickly sped, for she had heard the Marquis was to wed. She knew it was the day, and hoped she might be present as he passed and see the sight. She thought, I'll stand among the other girls, my own companions, by our door, and see the Marchioness, the Marquis and his earls. I'll hurry home as quickly as can be, and finish off the work that's there for me, so I can have leisure then to wait and watch her riding to the castle gate. She reached the threshold with her water pot, and as she did, the Marquis called her name. She, putting down her vessel on the spot beside the cattle stall, returned and came before him, falling on her knees. The same serious-looking girl, she knelt quite still and waited quietly to hear his will. The thoughtful Marquis, speaking with an air of sober gravity, said thus to her, Tell me, Griselda, is your father there? In all humility, without demur, she answered, He is here and ready, sir. She rose at once of her own accord, fetched out her father to his overlord. She took the poor old fellow by the hand. He took the poor old fellow by the hand, leading him off to speak with him apart. Janicula, I can no more withstand, no, nor conceal the pleasures of my heart. If you consent, accepting from the start whatever follows, I will take to wife your daughter, and I will love her all my life. You love me, as I know, and would obey, being my liege man, born and faithful too. Whatever pleases me, I dare say, may well succeed in also pleasing you. Yet at this point, I especially pursue. Tell me, I beg you, can my purpose draw consent to take me for your son-in-law? Wholly astounded at the news he heard, the old man turned deep red and stood there quaking, so troubled he could hardly say a word except, My lord, my will is in your making. What you desire in any undertaking, let me not hinder. I am bound to do, my dear master, what pleases you. The Marquis answered softly, None the less, in your own cottage, you and I and she must have a conference. Why? You cannot guess. I have to ask her if her Right, sorry. I have to ask her if her will may be to marry and submit herself to me. See, it's a bit difficult to read that, isn't it? But it's correct English. It doesn't sound like it at first. I have to ask her if her will may be to marry me and submit herself to me. This must be done while you are by to hear. I will not speak unless I have you near. While they were in the chamber and about the treaty, which you presently shall hear, the throng pressed around their dwelling place without, and wondered at its decency and cheer, how well she tended on her father dear. But she, Griseld, might wonder even more, for such a sight she'd never seen before. Nor is it strange Griselda was astounded to see so great a guest in such a place. She was not used to being surrounded by noble visitors. How pale her face, but let me keep my story up to pace. These are the words in which her lord conveyed his will to this benign, true-hearted maid. Griselda, I would have you understand, as pleasing to your father and to me, that I should marry you. And here's my hand, if, as I may conjecture, you'll agree. But I would rather ask you first, said he, since all is done in such a hasty way, will you consent or pause before you say? I warn you to be ready to obey my lightest whim and pleasure. You must show a willing heart, ungrudging night and day, whether I please to offer joy or woe. When I say yes, you never shall say no, either by word or frown in defiance. Swear this, and I will swear to our alliance. In wonder at these words, quaking for dread, she answered, Lord, unworthy though I be of so much honour, so unmerited, if it seems good to you, it is to me. And here I promise never willingly to disobey in deed or thought or breath, though I should die, and yet I fear my death. That is enough, Griselda mine, said he. He left the chamber then with sober tread and reached the door, and after him came she. And to the throng of people where he said, Here stands a wife, it is my choice to wed. Give her your reverence and love, I pray. Whoever loves me, there's no more to say. And that she might not take the smallest bit of her old gear into his house, he bade his women strip her there, and I admit those I'm going to have to read that in a moment. I need some water. I'm tripping over my tongue. See what you've been saying. Yeah, I'll try and hop over to your stream later. Okay, happy. Right. So she's agreed to marry him, right? I'm just going back a little bit. So he says, after she says she'll marry him, he says, That is enough, Griselda mine, said he. He left the chamber then with sober tread and reached the door, and after him came she. And to the throng of people where he said, Here stands a wife, it is my choice to wed. Give her your reverence and love, I pray. Whoever loves me, there is no more to say. And that she might not take the smallest bit of her old gear into his house, he bade his women strip her there, and admit those ladies of the court were scarcely glad to touch the rags in which the girl was clad. Yet the bright beauty of her natural glow was clothed anew at last from top to toe. They combed her hair, that fell but rudely tressed with slender hands, as if preparatory to coronation, and a crown was pressed upon her head with gems of changeful glory. Why should I let her raiment stay my story? She stood transfigured in her gorgeous dress, scarce recognizable for loveliness. The Marquis then espoused her with a ring, bought for the purpose. On a horse he set her. It was a noble pacing snow-white thing, and to the palace next, with those that met her, leading the way with joyful hearts, he let her be brought in triumph, and the day had end in revel. till they saw the sun descend. Shortly, to let my story quicken pace, I say this young new Marchioness so stood in favour with the Lord and heaven's grace, it could not seem by any likelihood that she was born and bred in servitude, as in a cottage or an auction stall, but rather nourished in an emperor's hall. To all that looked on her, she grew so dear, so much to be revered. Where she was born, those who had watched her childhood year by year could hardly credit it, and dared have sworn that she had never laboured in the corn, nor was Janicula's child, for by her feature fancy would think she was some other creature. Virtuous ever, as had long been known, she had increased to such an excellence of grace, she was as bounty on a throne, wise, and so lovely in her eloquence, so grave and so benign, she charmed the sense and gathered every heart in her embrace. They loved her all that looked upon her face. Nor only was Griselda thus renowned with Saluzzo, for her bounteous name was published forth in all the region round. If one said well, another said the same. Indeed, her goodness had so wide a fame, men, women too, the younger and the older, went to Saluzzo only to behold her. And thus in humble, nay, in royal kind, Walter espoused the love as fortunate as it was fair. God's peace was in his mind, and he enjoyed the outward gifts of fate, and in that he had seen in low estate the hidden grace, men held him to have been a prudent man, and that is seldom seen. Nor was it only that by natural wit she could accomplish all a woman should in homely ways, for were there call for it, she also could advance the public good. There was no rancour, no discordant mood in all that country that she did not ease or use her grace and wisdom to appease. She, in her husband's absence, did not cease her labours. If the nobles of the land fell into enmity, she made their peace. So wise and right the words at her command, her heart was so equitable, and her hand so just, they thought that heaven had sent her down to right all wrongs and protect the town. And it was not long after, to her joy, Griselda bore a daughter fine and fair, and though she would have rather borne a boy, Walter was glad, and so his people were, for though it was a girl, perchance an heir might yet be born to them, and likely so, seeing she was not barren, time would show. That's the end of part 2. Quite a long poem, this. Yeah, there's 6 parts to it, so I'm only halfway. It's great, isn't it? What do you think? Anyone like it? Okay. Maybe I'll get through the whole thing tonight, I don't know. I'll have to pace myself. I need a rest from reading for now. Yeah, I prefer their company, much prefer their company to most English streamers myself. Absolutely. Yeah, I like to be around happy people as well. Happy, hard-working people. You know, good people. Nice people.
And attentive students, indeed, listening to my every word. I should think so too. No messing up. What the... Jonathan, come out here. Come along. What's that? Well, what have you got there? A yo-yo? What are you doing with the yo-yo in class? That's for the playground. Stupid girl fiddling about. Dare you play with the yo-yo? I'm teaching you. Shouldn't be attending to stupid playthings. Ridiculous. Here to work and understand and listen. To improve the mind. The beautiful mind. Give it to me now. Thank you. Right. Okay. I'm afraid this is going to be destroyed. I'll just chuck it on my fire tonight and warm my tired feet. Wicked teacher. Horrible. Poor little child playing with the yo-yo. Oh. Cruel teacher. Nasty teacher. Stop it, teacher. Behave. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We can learn from them. I recognised that almost immediately, you know. I suddenly thought, who are all these people from the Philippines? I can't remember who first came in. I think it was NN and Pets. I'm not sure who first sort of stumbled onto the channel. I love them all. They're wonderful people. Beautiful. Genuine, you know. You know, if I'm tired and I'm flagging and I'm looking really knackered, they'll say, Mr. David, I think you should sleep now. You know what I mean? They're not being selfish or laughing at me or taking the mickey out of me because I'm tired and dozy or whatever. No, they're concerned for my welfare, you know, which is kind and beautiful and lovely. Genuine people, you know, genuine, kind-hearted, sound people. So I sit down. Yeah, that's right, absolutely. And I appreciate that, appreciate the concern, you know, and I do listen to them. Because sometimes they say, oh, Mr. David, you really must sleep now. Because I know I'm worn out, although I'm still trying to perhaps communicate a bit more because I've got things in my mind, but my body's folding up, you know, it's crashing. And they can see that and they say, well, you know, leave it for now kind of thing, you know. Come back tomorrow, we'll be here tomorrow for you. Which is wonderful, you know. Calm concern, you know, beautiful. Salute you all. Much as I hate the Aussies, I think I'm only kidding. Don't hate anybody. Hatred's a very negative emotion. It's ridiculous. How can you hate a whole nation or a whole race of people or something like that? It's ridiculous. Makes no sense. You know, you get these racist people and they're all dressed in their Nike shoes from slave labour. They've got their underpants made in Malaysia or somewhere.
You know what I mean? Or Taiwan or Bangladesh, indeed. Bangladesh makes a lot of clothing for people. It's a very poor country. Yeah. Did your mother survive, Happy? She obviously survived to get back to Australia, but she's still with us now. Or has she passed on? Well, it's good that she's still with us. I mean, I suppose when you get old, you know, the kidneys are packing up a bit. But, you know, at least she's still with you, man. That's good. It's nice. Nice to have your mum around. Of course it is. No one wants to be without their mother. No, you have a great time, mate. Yeah. You want to do a video of you two, maybe, if she doesn't mind the camera. Older people don't generally mind much. Because they're over everything, you know, they're not bothered. And some very beautiful old people, they're wonderful, very wise. I'd like to get my mum on camera one day, maybe I will. But I can't convince her at the moment. Yeah, it'd be good. It'd be really nice. And it'd be, well, when she does finally shuffle off this mortal coil, as they say, it'd be a nice, beautiful memento, wouldn't it? You know? Or perhaps you could just do a private video of the two of you, and then when she's passed, you could do an in memoriam for your mum. You know what I mean? In a few years' time, or whenever it might be, 10 years' time, or whatever. You know, obviously, as far in the future as possible. But eventually, we all must go, and we go somewhere better. We go to the next dimensions. Yes, where they can't get. No way they're going to be allowed into the next dimension. This is the only dimension they've got. That's why they're so arrogant and want to live forever. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't want to live forever. I'd be worn out. Thanks, Ed. It's kind of you to say that to Happy. Well, Mary Poppins. I need to do my exercises. I'm going to do some exercises. You'll have to talk amongst yourselves while I do that. I won't be long. Not got much hair yet, have I? Need to check this is charging. Yep. These lights in here are terrible, honestly. Too bright. You've still got hair though, Happy, haven't you? I thought you just shaved it short. Or it all dropped out. Mine's pretty bald right at the very top of it. There's hair here, but on the top here, it's a proper slap head. But nobody can see it because I'm fairly tall. Not that I'm bothered if they do see it. Doesn't matter, does it? We all get old. I'm going to have to get some water in a minute. I'll go and get some water and come back. Yeah. I used to have really long hair in the 70s. I used to be out here. Massive hair I had. I used to back comb it with an afro comb and make myself look like Art Garfunkel or Jimi Hendrix. Yeah. Yeah, both balls at 16. That does happen, doesn't it? It's just part of life, isn't it? Doesn't matter. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And we all think you're beautiful, even if you are Australian. What you like is a person that matters. Externals are just externals, aren't they? It's not what you are inside. Someone can look, you know, well, I don't know. Someone could look what people would call ugly, but they're beautiful people. I've met some people that look like, I don't know, they don't necessarily look great as far as the standard definitions of beauty goes, as far as an oil painting would go or whatever. But they're beautiful people. And you can see the life written on their features, you know. They're beautiful. I don't see anyone being more beautiful than anyone else, really. Not really. Yeah, it's less to look after, isn't it? Yeah, you don't have to worry about it too much. Just get a little bit shaved off now and again around the ear holes or whatever. Yeah. Are you coming up to summer now? Because we're going into winter, Happy. I've forgotten, does it ever snow in Australia? Do you ever get the white stuff coming down? I love it when it snows on Christmas Day and there's a nice sunshine out, which is very, very rare. But it does happen occasionally, and you have a beautiful sunshine, and the snow's crisp and beautiful, and it crunches under your feet as you walk through it. Nice and deep snow. It's beautiful. I love it. It's magical. Yeah, opposite, isn't it? Yeah. Because it's a globe, of course. We're on the old spinning ball. Yeah, I thought it snowed in Australia. Yeah, in your winter time. Yeah. Thanks, Happy. Wow, you've never seen snow. You're missing out because it is a bit of fun. Well, you've missed out so far, but you'll see snow sometime in your life, I'm sure. I'm sure you'll visit a country at some stage and it'll be snowing. You like travelling, don't you? Something I kind of wish I'd done, but there's a lot at home to see. There's lots of England and Scotland and Ireland and Wales and that I've not seen. I've never been to Ireland at all. I've not been to the Scilly Isles. I've not been to I've not been to Harris. I've not been to Lewis. I've been to the Isle of Skye. I've not been to the Shetland Isles. I've not been to Iona. I'd like to go there. I've got to go and get me water now. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, everyone. just going to the toilet. To the lavatory. Lavatory. We're just playing a game of pool actually downstairs. Somebody asked me for a game, and well, I just thought I'd have a game of pool. I hoped you wouldn't mind. Wasn't too long, was I? Well, maybe I was. I don't know. Yeah, I like warmer climates as well. But I like to see some snow now and again. I'd miss that if I went to live in Central Africa or something. It never snows there, does it? Unless they're climate engineering, of course. Anything's possible. Hi, Sidals. The video I'm watching, lady that runs that channel is lovely, but God, she annoys me sometimes. I should think I annoy you, don't I, Happy, when you're not behaving yourself? Behave! I'm here to annoy when you don't behave. My full instructions. Stop plotting against me. I know. And relax. Stop it, teacher. Behave. Teacher can't behave, can he? Stupid teacher. Ridiculous teaching. Teacher getting so cross. Have a coronary, the poor chap. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I can't be asked for that. Sounds like a load of twaddle, to be honest. Interesting for like a couple of seconds as a phenomena. Well, a couple of minutes perhaps, just to give them a chance to entertain. But when you don't get anything, like anything that kind of resonates or whatever, or tries to move the conversation on, as it were, and just spinning around the same old topics all the time. It's dull, isn't it? Irritating. Grating, indeed. Yeah, grates on your nerves, isn't it? I find myself biting my nails sometimes and watching some prattling idiots. And I'm thinking, I'm out of here in a minute if they don't say something relevant, you know, something illuminating, you know, or in some way, you know. Which is why I'm conscious of never boring people, because it's not fair, is it? I'm not just talking about what I want to talk about. I want to talk about what you want to talk about as well, and let you have your say, as I do. That's what it's for. It's a live stream. I can put the link up anytime anyone wants the link. I can't be bothered putting the link up because nobody wants to get on screen with teacher giving your instructions and listening to my every word. Oh, what video were you watching? Bit of handpan or something to relax. I'm good on it sometimes. I'm going to do a lot better ones. I've not done my best stuff yet. I'm not fully in practice yet. I'm getting there though. Getting better at it. Definitely improving. But I am a good percussionist. I'm pretty damn good. Even though I say so myself, I've got to be, because I wouldn't enjoy it if it wasn't good, if it wasn't reasonable. Get out! Annoying fly in the room. Stop it! Behave! Get out of my classroom. Ridiculous fly. Dare you darken our doors? Hey? Pardon? Bloody fly speaking to me now. Get out! I'm not listening to you. Buzzing about. Bloody fly called me an idiot. Went, idiot. 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 Stop it! Behave! Stupid fly. Spiders will be speaking to me soon. Come on, spiders, get that bloody fly. Catch it in your web. Get that fly eaten. Eat the damn thing. How dare he call teacher an idiot? Bloody cheek of it. Beautiful teaching. Beautiful students. Listening to my every instruction. Hey? Bloody fly won't listen. Get out, I said. Out now before the spider gets you. It's a warning. I've got hefty spiders in here with very tenacious webs that I never dust. I never do that with a feather duster. No, I don't have a feather duster. What's the point in a feather duster when we want rid of the fly flying up your nostrils? Get out! Stop it! Need it. Need it. Honestly, I have to swat it. I'm not dancing about the room all night trying to swat the blighter. Yeah. They're beautiful, aren't they? They are wonderful people. Right, okay. What was the one you just linked then? What was it? It wasn't one of my videos, was it? Some of my videos are crappy from the start. Don't forget I was really drugged up to anything. Well, I'm drugged up now, but I'm just overriding it with my tenacity to fight back at the system. Imagine how even better my streaming would be without their stupid drugs coursing through my system. Makes me angry, it really does. I think part of what fires me up is the anger of being in hospital for so many years. 7.5 years. 7 years and 7 months it is. It's ridiculous. Mr. David incarcerated? All that time? It's ridiculous. Yeah. I haven't seen that one. I'd like to see that now and then. I do rescue birds occasionally. I rescued a dove once. It was right by the main road. I don't know if anyone's ever seen it. It's called something like Miracle Bird Rescue or something. Because it's a miracle. It's a miracle video because I held one hand out to catch the bird. The beautiful dove. Beautiful white dove. Real white dove. Not a pink dove. Don't be stupid. There's no such thing. Pink doves, indeed. Hey? Whoever said pink dove? No such thing as white people. There's such a thing as a white dove. Oh, yes, indeed. Pure white dove, indeed. Totally white. Unlike the stupid people calling themselves white people. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Pink doves flying about, turquoise doves, green doves, with a bill like a parrot. Don't think so. It's ridiculous, the very notion. Pink doves indeed. Orange doves, turquoise doves, doves with horns next. And hooves. It's ridiculous. Right, I'm going to tap that in later on. Stupid white people, honestly. White people. Ridiculous white people. Stop it. Stop calling yourself white when you're not. Bloody tissue's white. That's what white is. Like a dove. Get the idea, anyone? See? Still pure white, even though I've been breathing my condensation on it. I never do snotty. I don't do green snot. Pure condensation. It's white, what comes out of my nose. In fact, it's invisible. It's just water vapors up my nose. I never have a snotty nose. Look. Perfectly clean and clear. Almost as if I had dino rod up each nostril, isn't it? Perfectly. Perfectionally. If that's a word, I think it is. Clear. Clean.
disinfected. Beautiful nose. Super nostril. Captain Super Nose. Captain Super Nose strikes again at the wicked. I want you to all make a t-shirt with Mr. David on it. Mr. David is brilliant on it. Wonderful. Wonderful Mr. David on your t-shirt, and do a video. You ain't seen nothing if you ain't seen Mr. David. Thank you. In class 3. Pay attention to my every instruction. Let the world know about how brilliant class 3 is, how attentive its students are, and how they're learning the English language in the most beauteous fashion possible. Oh dear, self-promotion indeed. I never used to promote my channel, but I rather like it now. I don't see why you shouldn't promote me. Other people get propped up, you know, dilapidated people with dilapidated ideas, no imagination, absolutely nothing to purport whatsoever. Vacuous people, vanquished people, people who think it's all over. No, it's not. We haven't finished yet. We've not even started our protest against all this tyranny, have we? Not even begun. They don't know what's coming, do they? Stupid, hapless Burks. Idiots in control. Wait till we take over the whole mission, the whole situation, and the mission to save humanity from this horrible shit.
Good one, that, isn't it? Don't hide your smile behind the microphone, indeed. Certainly not. It's part of the talent you have for communicating. Not just your singing voice, beautiful singing voice, it's your smile as well. Do you know what the quickest distance is between two people? The shortest distance between two people, or the quickest connection between two people? Guess what it is? A smile. Yeah. And you don't smile just with your lips, you smile with your eyes. Yes. As well. People who smile with their lips and not their eyes are not to be trusted. Oh. You sussed me out, you sod. I was trying to hide the vape because I didn't want to advertise vaping and smoking because I don't smoke and there's no vape oil in the pipe, as you will know, but other people stumbling upon this won't realise that I'm not smoking a normal vape juice. There's no vape juice in this because it's, what do you call it? It's olive oil, not olive oil. You could put olive oil in it. It's, yes, it is olive oil. What am I talking about? Wait a minute. No, it's not. Yes, it is olive oil. But you can put sunflower oil in it. You know, rapeseed oil. What other oil? Groundnut oil. Groundnut oil is really nice. I like it. I like the flavour of it. Sesame oil. I don't want to set a bad example, you see. But now I've explained it, it doesn't matter. I can chaff away on it. But to give it a little extra flavour, I put a few little drops of eucalyptus oil in. It tastes great, fantastic. Eucalyptus is beautiful. The eucalyptus trees grow in Australia, of course. That's very bad, David. Yeah. Well spotted. Hawkeye. Happy Hawkeye. Yeah, I know. Worse than smoking, yeah, it's horrible shit. I used to cough like anything when I was on the vape stuff. Well spotted. Spotty Herbert. I'll be calling you Spots next. We've all got a soft spot for you, Spotty. Spotty. Beam me up, Spotty. Wow, kangaroo 200 metres away, hiding in tall grass. Yeah, cool. Wish I could see a kangaroo out my window. Have a kangaroo. Yes, I can see a kangaroo out my window. I'm doing an American accent. I'm trying to do an Australian script. Have a couple of titties then. I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to do the Australian accent. I'll get it. I'll practice by listening to Australians for a few videos. I do that sometimes to practice an accent. I listen to them a few times. Yeah. What did you think of our American friend the other night? The American teacher, very strict, wasn't he? I thought he was going to shoot you all. I was really worried, really concerned. Bringing my hands in the stuff for him. Very anxious I was. Didn't think anyone would get out alive. Especially people playing with yo-yos. Imagine if you were playing in yo-yos in that classroom. That would definitely get you shot. They carry guns, you know, these Americans. It's ridiculous, honestly. You can't like him. You can't like him. It's a sod. Horrible guy. I didn't even like doing the character. I hated it. It was getting on my nerves. It was horrible manifestations. I'm never going to do him ever again, I can assure you of that. I might do a bumbling American. I might do the President of the United States, the next president. I love it. I like your style, Happy. Nicely stated. Yes, well, I tolerate Australians ever so slightly. Yeah! In the classroom. Only if they behave to the nth degree. Follow every one of my instructions and go and get me a nice cup of piping hot tea. No milk, no sugar, piping hot, nothing spilled into the saucer. Carefully carried up the corridor, dodging the other children and the hapless teacher. Like teacher's a thing. Teacher won't hide behind the microphone. Hide his talents. Certainly not. Teacher's not scared to show his face in public. What's an idea? Ridiculous idea. Whoever got that notion? I'm afraid of the camera. Certainly not. Nothing to be ashamed of. Perfectly sensible teacher. A beautiful teacher. Oh my God. It's a good job I've got a sense of humour, isn't it? I couldn't do this without a sense of humour. It does say wonderful world, but it just looked wrong when I was holding it up backwards. It does look wrong. What a wonderful world, Louis Armstrong. If you look at it backwards, it does look wrong, doesn't it? I don't know why. I was wondering that. Looks wrong, doesn't it? Yeah, it's weird, that. Quite weird. Quite strange. Definitely says world. Well spotted, Happy. Happy sees all. Yes, he does. He doesn't miss much. Clever little blighter. I dare you upstage me. Bloody cheek of it. You'll be teaching the bloody class next. Imagine having hapless Happy trying to teach the class, eh? Without this safe and effective teaching from Mr. David, eh? Ridiculous idea. You're in detention, the whole lot of you, having notion like that. Dare you elect Happy to teach you next term? Ridiculous. I've got the contract already signed with the headmaster, thank you. Right, okay. Yeah, you go and see Ed's. I'm going to finish now, I think. But quite enough of you all. Have a shower. I'm going to sing my song and go. I'm going to sing Wonderful World for you. I'll have a go at it. If Happy would like to stick around for a second, you might hear my wonderful dulcet tones from the teacher. Don't put teacher on it, whatever you do. Something's gone wrong with the bloody thing. Messing about. Right. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, bright sunny days, dark sacred nights. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow are so pretty in the skies, and also on the faces of the people walking by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? What they're really saying is, I love you. I see babies crying, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I didn't sing it very well, I got choked up. I'll see you later. I love you all. I'm going over to Ed's. See you there, Happy. See everyone. See ya.